Hello, how is it going? Sorry, I am late today. Family is gonna be coming out this weekend, so I've been trying to figure that one out. And maybe Sunday stream might be canceled, but it might just have to end early. We'll just have to see how that goes. But I hope everybody is doing good today. That's right, I can't start the former. We're almost done with these though. Look how close they are. One blueprint for each of them. You have, I've been playing Minecraft all day, oh my god. Have you been playing with mods? It does have mods, nice. That's one of those games that's hard to play without mods at this point. I've been trying out Nidus. He is a lot of fun. Indulgent? They're so good though a lot of the time. I can actually go show some stuff off with this Nidus build. Real fast. And then, did you want to join for the Farm of the New Prime? So of course it's a persistence build. But it does something, really cool that I didn't really think Nidus would be able to do. Let's get some real units out there. Let's get these guys. Okay, so we attach to our cat. Okay, yeah, we attach to the cat. I need energy. Okay, do that. Okay, now I need to wait a few seconds. Actually, we'll stack up first. Make sure we have maximum power strength. Okay. Let me come over here. I need my pet. Okay, there we go. Wait, reattach to the pet. Okay, now we wait it out. So I have on the Strum Prime. Okay, and the buff ran out. So if we look, it's getting like, that's like orange crits right now. Which, I mean, that's okay. This is like yellow and kind of orange crits. But if I press my one ability, you're now doing triple red crits. Well, double to triple. I don't have max power strength right now. There we go, triple red crits. I think it only works on primaries, but as we can see with my build, my first ability, if I hit 4 enemies, is giving me 900% crit chance. And then this is just giving me a ton of health, which doesn't really matter that much, because persistence is so strong. This weapon also has a crazy amount of status chance. And multi-shot. Now I will get less if I attach to an enemy. Let's see what it is if I attach to an enemy. The guy's still alive. No. Hello, Turbo. How's it going? So if I attach to an enemy, it's only 500% crit chance. Which I think is tier 1. Yeah, it's tier 1 red crits. Which is still pretty effective. But yeah, that's the cool Nidus build. Nidus seems pretty cool. The changes to him are very good. He feels infinitely better to play. And he's completely invulnerable now because of persistence. Which he already was, but everything just works better than it used to. I think we actually might start today with doing Circuit. I kind of want to get the new Incarnates. I don't know which one I want to get. Oh, let me, I'll send you an invite. So apparently this has crazy high single target damage. Like, up there with some of the best, Incarnate, like, secondaries in the game. It kind of works like the Lex. This can do funny stuff with Parison executions. So this makes like a detonation when you execute someone with a Parison. But for some reason, it carries that damage over to everything else. So if you execute somebody specifically with the Parison execution, you just clear every enemy dies within a 15-meter radius. So that's kind of cool. And it does sort of... can we see here? No, you can't see here. But it does a little bit less of the effect of Kratos with the increased parkour and sprint speed. This can do really funny melee dowdy stuff. Where is it? Increased base damage. No, that's not it. I think it's just because it's a puncture weapon. Oh, here it is. Attack kill. Heavy attack kills grant puncture damage in incarnate form. So you can keep scaling up your puncture damage for melee dowdy. The Stug, I hear, is just a good weapon now. And I hear Vectis is kind of mediocre, but its incarnate ammo does explosive headshots, which is kind of cool. So which one would I actually want? It's kind of hard to choose. I really want to try this out. But between the rest of them, it's actually pretty difficult. Well, I don't even have the prime for this, so we probably won't do that. I actually don't own any version of this, apparently. For me, it's a toss-up between this and the Vectis. I think I'm gonna do this. Because it can do some funny things. It's already been nerfed once. Well, nerfed slash fixed. It had a little bit of an issue where instead of giving 80% finisher damage, it was giving 8,000% finisher damage. Just, you know, 2 extra zeros. But it still does the Parazon thing for some reason. Are you good with doing circuit? You got Nova. Oh, who do I got? I got Trinity, Araxia, Stalker, Komi, Vobin. I don't have a lot of great choices, but Stalker's pretty good. Never mind, I got Cedo. I'm good. Oh, that's pretty cool. Is that an experimental build? Oh, I never made the build I've been meaning to make. Okay, we're not gonna play him. I've been meaning to make a 3 ability for him build. We're just gonna take Stalker, because Stalker is just good. That's supposed to be floating there like that?
I believe the years weigh a little lighter on me today.
We'll do my normal corrosive build. Oh, a Sampodi, okay. And then my secondary doesn't really matter. The Sampodi is actually one of the weapons that survived the heavy attack nerfs. Okay, my attack speed kind of is making this feel horrible though. We got a Grendel Nova site. I'm curious how, because they buffed excavations, right? A little bit ago? I haven't done an excavation here since. I wonder if they don't like die instantly now once you get past level like 700. Sacrifice a weapon. Oh yeah, multi-shot. I can't pass up on that. Okay, well we already have an excavation. That's fun. I want to do more gun stuff. That one's like an okay gun stuff one. I never made a debilitate build for my my Ceto. I should probably try that at some point. Nova definitely makes this significantly easier. Oh, I finally watched the amazing Digital Circus ending. Which I will be talking about if anybody doesn't want spoilers for that. But I thought it was really good. What was a lot of the complaints people are having about it? Oh, I shouldn't have gone here. I can defend it. I know Kirby was saying that people were wanting to have a happy ending. I think it for the most part had a happy ending for what the situation they were in. I think it was about having the most happy ending they could for what was going on there. Or maybe people just wanted Jax to not what do you call it? I forgot. I just watched it last night and I can't remember the name of the thing that happens to them. I'm getting things I don't really want. Don't know what a oh, what is that word? A comprise? Oh, compromise. Nowadays, don't want a compromise. Yeah, because I think that's actually the point of the story. Is I think I forget what it's called, but what happened to Jax, I think is very deliberate with them, because it's basically like sometimes stuff like that happens because decisions people make. Like, Jax did a very messed up thing, and it basically ate at him. But it also shows that, like, Pomni could have maybe helped him out of that situation, but she didn't pry any farther. So it's just kind of showing what happens with, like, relationships between people. I think it handled that very well, and it actually, I think if the problem is that there was like no quote-unquote happy ending for Jax, I think it did a, how do I explain that? I think it did a really good representation of, like, sometimes situations don't go the way you want. They're like, what's a good way to put that? They're like, part of the thing is they're making the best with what they have. And that's kind of all you can do. Yeah. He just kept making the same mistakes. And it's kind of one of those things that, like, pain or, like, trauma, or I don't know what to call the situation he was in with his mom. Like, those things perpetuate. Because, like, his mom did something that hurt him. He did something to hurt the frog lady. And it's sort of showing how, like, how that kind of situations travel down and keep perpetuating themselves. I think it was a very good ending and just showing kind of how situations are. And a lot of the time, the only thing you can do is just make the best of them. Of whatever situation you're in. Because you can't live with the what if Pomni would have talked to Jax there. Because maybe she could have helped Jax. Or maybe it just would have led to him pushing her even farther away again. You can't live with the what ifs. And them also getting closure for the outside world was very good. I liked that. I also like, I forgot his name though. The guy with the teeth and the eyeballs. I like that he essentially just became kind of friends with them at the end. I think that was very cool. The antagonist, Kane, there we go. Kane, yeah. I'm bad with names, okay? I'm real bad with names. And I was trying to remember it when he came back, but I feel like they didn't say his name once. During that whole last segment, I'm like, I can't, no one's saying his name. I don't remember his name. And I'm never gonna remember it. Yeah, that whole segment was really cool with him. It was it wasn't even like a sad ending. It was like a bittersweet ending. I think it was very well balanced. Because it wasn't exactly a bad ending, but it wasn't a good ending. As in like good, as in happy. It had happy and bad parts of it. Yeah. If anything, them accidentally deleting him was like the best thing that could have happened to him. Because he was not gonna get that kind of development when he was still all-powerful. The man needed a moment to cool down. And think. Is there like an enemy somewhere that we don't see? Oh, okay, there we go. I really enjoyed it though. I think they did a great job with the ending. Now, did I want them to be able to save Jax and save the other extracted? That's what it is. The other extracted? I think that would have been really cool. I wanted that, but I think that's the point. I think everybody wanted that, but that's not. That just can't happen. And that's kind of life. That's not how it goes sometimes. Yeah, I mean that's what I would have wanted, but I think it's a better ending the way it is. It would still not be a super happy ending, because you're still stuck in this like computer universe. So it's still not like a perfect situation. But it would be a happier ending, but I think the ending they did is the right one. I also think that that there's like a mixed opinions on the ending is actually very good. I think if everybody loves it or everyone hates it, it's like a problem. But I think if people are very divided on both sides on the ending, I think that's a good sign that they did a really good job with the ending. Oh, one of the things is right here. No, that's not what I meant to click on. I meant to click on the one to the right of it. Is it just me, or is it taking forever to fill up this what are these things are called? This alchemy thing. I don't remember it taking this long before. I would like to see more with that universe too. I know they're not gonna do it, but it would be cool to see more and maybe learn more about like what extraction is. But I don't think that matters, that we don't exactly know what's happening with it. It's also like fine if we don't, but it would be cool. I think it was a very good send-off to that series. But I just want to see more with it. But I'm sure they're gonna make great other series too. Is corrupting under stress? Yeah, that makes sense. It does seem to be kind of a like the fact that your brain is now in a computer issue. But it'd just be cool to learn more about that universe. But it's also like it's fine if they don't add anything else because they did such a good job with the short series already. It's fun to play Circuit again. I haven't done this in so long. My aim is so much better than I used to play Warframe all the time. I like the green health thing. Hello, how have you been doing? And welcome in. We're doing some circuit, trying to get the new incarnates. The new incarnates, a lot of them seem pretty cool. I really like this first one I'm going for. I want to test it out. It seems like it hits really hard. It's for the, I forget what this weapon's called, but it's the secondary crossbow. I've also heard that it has multiplicative CO, which I won't be testing because that involves looking at a lot of math. Why do people leave so early? I feel like people don't know. Okay. Use a calculator, yeah. I just don't like to have to test it, because you gotta put several statuses on an enemy, and then look at the damage, and that's a lot of work. I'm sure someone else out there has already done the work, and I could just, like, look at what they did. May I have a good upgrade for guns, please? Sure. I feel like they made those things you have to look for easier to find. Okay, nice. My weapon has viral now. Oh wow, they're already like level 400. That's a lot higher than I thought. Finally picked up enough. I think this is like one of the modes I like the least. Collecting the orbs and then bringing them to the thing is not fun. It's not outright bad like Armageddon is or Foley, but I don't enjoy it. I think the issue is with this mode, why I don't like it that much, because it's an entirely movement-based mode. And the movement in Warframe is not, like, complex enough for this to be fun. Like, if you did something like this in Deadlock, on like a movement map, it would be a lot more fun because there's like the movement in that game is like its own game mode almost. Ah, we got Contagious Bond, but for me. What time to delete the entire screen? This upgrade is so powerful. The Contagious Bond, but for your guns, is crazy. It says there's an enemy over here. I don't know if I believe it. It says there's an enemy over there. You can't go out there. He's outside the hitbox for the map. Because if you look, wait, do they bounce? Hopefully Warframe has some sort of safeguard. That is, if an enemy is on the map for too long, they just die. I doubt they have that. They should, but I doubt they have something like that. I think you can see him right there too. It's definitely a guy right there. Does anybody have a weapon? I don't think you can shoot out there. We can give it a little bit of time to see if they have some sort of just kill enemies if they're alive for too long thing. Or the objective goes to the next, it just progresses. I doubt Warframe has that though. I've never seen this happen before in here. This is like a really good run too. That's like actually so unfortunate. This is the smallest rock climbing wall I've ever seen. I don't think this is gonna help you get better at climbing rock walls. And I don't even know what this thing does. These make sense. You know, I don't think he's just gonna die. The worst part is we can see him. No, there's a hitbox out there, look. They're bouncing off something that's before they get to him. Can you ping him? Yeah, if you look, there's some sort of wall blocking us. Because these projectiles bounce off walls. It's pretty far out there. But they bounce before they get to him. Well, it's not a day without WARFRAME. Why did they put an invisible wall out there? You can't even go out there. Oh god. What is happening there? Who's host? I'm host. Alright, well, if that guy was host, we would have a chance. Well, at least we keep our progress. At the very least. I'm gonna switch to someone that has Vazarin. We'll switch to Hildryn, because I know she does. I heard it earlier. What did you hear earlier? Okay, well, next upgrade I get that. Who do I have this time? Wait, what? It gave me the same choices? Oh, your one would kill him? Yeah. That's really strange it didn't change. I was kind of hoping it did. Well, it looks like it's more Stalker. I mean, it was a pretty good setup. Do viral.
I woke to the sound of the Shawzen. Was that you? Or my dream?
Well, at least we have good selections. It could have not changed and we had bad selections. I don't know how your guns are, but Nova is pretty good. I feel like guns don't matter as much as Warframes, though. Because guns can easily be fixed with your decrees. But Warframes oftentimes can't. Oh, you get Nami, so that's pretty good. I guess I'll take that. It's not great, but it's not horrible. It does something. Which if I re-roll, I may not get something that does anything. I really miss my fire rate, because my fire rate is really slow in my current mods. Stalker has such a crazy passive. 300% crit chance for just being invisible is really good. And he comes with Prime sure-footed as well. Which not the most useful on a Warframe that can be invisible constantly. But it's not unwelcome either. Do you play with the really zoomed out camera? I've been enjoying it a lot. What's wrong with people? I almost had enough. There we go. Sure. I'll take infinite energy. I don't really need it as Stalker, but I'll take it. I still stand by Nova's one of the best Warframes in the entire game. Especially like in here, being able to speed up enemies for missions like this, and be able to slow them down for like defense missions and excavations. The sheer utility she offers is insane. The Tsar was too powerful for him. I think it's nice to have range on her Axie. I haven't played her enough, but I think some of the builds I've seen have a little bit of range. Her webs are actually pretty good. Her like CC ability. And I think her explosion radius, like Nova's 4, I think is affected by that when you shoot people, but I'm not sure on that one. That would be worth looking in. See if that works like that. Yeah. That's a Prime. I cannot wait. I wish Prime schedules weren't so, like, far apart. It's like 3+ months for a new Prime. I want them to, like, actually catch up on Primes. I know if they, like, did a faster release schedule, they would probably make them less money. Because Prime Access. Yeah, if you put Nourish on her, and then you put Archon, what is it? Continuity? She would apply Viral, Corrosive, and Toxin. Just passively on all her guns. It's like Saren. And she has a really easy Helma slot too with her Spiderlings because they don't scale at all. I don't even know if this one's good. I'm gonna grab it, but I don't even know if that one's very good. That was so fast. Actually, you know what? I feel like most. Yeah, it works for both of those too. I feel like most of the new Warframes have been very interesting. Like Oraxia seems really cool. I'm not too interested in Foley, if I'm gonna be honest. Her kit seems to be kind of strange and all over the place. But I like Oraxia. What are some newer like the two new Warframes seem really cool. What are some other new Warframes? Oh, Sight. Sight is really cool. His ammo mechanic is actually like so good. And his sonar thing is also, I love his sonar and his ammo. Both are really cool mechanics. His sniper rifle is cool, but compared to those other two abilities, yeah, Side 09. I really like his design. Never heard of the guy. Let's see, who else? Who are some other new Warframes? I don't ever play new Warframes. I still haven't even. Once I make a build for every Prime, then I'll start working on normal Warframes. Like newer Warframes. I like Comey. I don't know how new Comey is at this point, but Comey's really cool. Lots of people seem to hate her for some reason. But I think she's actually like a cool Warframe. She can do some really powerful stuff too. Like, I think she can pretty easily get like a 500% roar. Which, I mean, that's pretty cool. Oh, Uriel. Lots of people like Uriel. I don't think he's for me. I'm not the biggest fan of his playstyle. But a very cool Warframe. I would definitely, if I were to play Uriel, I would probably not do the nuke setup with his floor. I would probably do the one where you buff the shotgun. Why can't I remember the name of it? No, we had to look. Oh yeah, the Sobek build, yeah. That's the setup I would play with Uriel. What are some more new Warframes? It's hard to remember all of them. I mean, of course Dante, but Dante's getting pretty old now. I don't know how close it is for him to get in his prime. I still think he's a good ways off, but I definitely wouldn't consider him new anymore. Ooh, I love this one. I can't think of any other new Warframes. Oh, Temple. Temple's cool. He's a very powerful Warframe, but I don't really like his playstyle. That's a new Warframe. Is that all the like a newish Warframes? Ah, you can't look at Warframes in here. Disappointing. Oh, Noko. Yeah, I want a Noko Prime. I think Noko does like really cool stuff. It's kind of just Foley that I just don't like. She has like the weirdest kit of all the new Warframes I can think of. I don't think she's weak. But she's definitely a lot less interesting than a lot of the other ones I mentioned. For me, at least. Out of all of those, I think Oraxia might be one of the more interesting ones. I don't know, I have to look more at the new Warframes. The two that came out in the last patch. They have a pretty cool kit. I wonder how close I am to having a build for every Prime Warframe. The hardest ones to make builds for are the persistence ones. Like the Chromas, the Grendel. All of those that want persistence, because most of them also want Umbral mods. And if you want Umbral mods, most of the time you want all three. And so that gets really expensive forma-wise or Umbral forma-wise. Luckily, Nidus doesn't want, Nidus doesn't want all of the Umbral mods. He's kind of like a lot of other Warframes, you kind of just want the power strength one. You could do the armor one too, but I think it's kind of a waste. With how many augments he really wants, it's really hard to fit in a mod for armor when he really doesn't need it. Because he has his revive passive, he doesn't really need armor. Even if you are running a persistence build, just getting the 700 armor is kind of fine with him. Because he has this revive passive, his fourth ability cleanses status effects. Basically every second it'll cleanse the status effect, all your status effects. His 3 transfer status effects to enemies if it's on an enemy. But that's a little bit clunky because all the damage you're transferring to the like tethered enemy, they take the damage and can eventually die. So sometimes, depending on the enemy you select, will just die instantly. That's a little clunky. Okay, I don't want any of these. Sure, we'll take that. Yeah, a lot of primes I'm excited to come in, that'll be coming out eventually. Oh, yeah, Caliban is supposed to come out sometime this year, people have speculated. It's gonna be towards the end of this year, most likely. But that's one I can't wait for, is Caliban Prime. Wait, not Caliban. I'm dumb. That's Dianex. Oh god, what's his name? Kalerbo. Kalerbo. Everyone's Caliban in my mind. There's so many Warframes that I call Caliban that aren't Caliban. Hello. How are you doing, Kirby? I was running a little bit late today because family is coming out this weekend, so I've been trying to figure that all out. That's why also there may not be a stream Sunday. I'm sorry. It's not my fault. We need more Warframe? There will be. We're probably not going to do Stynex today. We'll probably do Stynex either Sunday, maybe, or next Wednesday. We were going to do it today, but there weren't a lot of people here to do it, and so I just decided I'll move it to another day. I might post an announcements, see if more people want to join in on that Wednesday in the Discord. But today we're getting the incarnate adapters. It was very loud in my room. I said, welcome in. I don't remember what else I said. Oh yeah, I was late today because family is coming in this weekend. And I'm trying to figure that out. That's why potentially Sunday's stream is going to be canceled. We'll have to see how it goes. Wait, I think these boxes break. I can't remember now. Oh no, that's good. How was your day? Look at that. They uploaded the teaser. Did TennoCon just happen? I feel like they do at this point multiple TennoCons a year. I also watched the ending to Amazing Digital Circus last night. I thought it was very good. I very much enjoyed it. What were a lot of the complaints people were having about it? Surely this won't kill me. Oh, it's gonna kill me. This is press 4. Because Stalker is a balanced Warframe. But yeah, you can finally talk about it. I also went for the secondary crossbow as my first incarnate weapon. It looks very good when I've seen other people show off. I want to test it out myself. It's fun doing circuit again. Oh, finally, fire rate. Ah, okay. So it's what I thought people were wanting. Okay. I think the better ending for Jax... How do I put this? Because I've been thinking about it. Yeah. So... I would like that too, for that to be the ending. But I think it's good they didn't do that. Because that would have been... I don't think there was ever going to be an ending where they escape. Because a lot of people speculated the brain scan thing. And a lot of things pointed out that they were all brain scans, so there was really no actual escape for them. I like that they gave closure to all the people in the circus. I think that was really cool. I like Kane's, like, redemption. I like that they kind of gave a redemption arc not to Jax, but they gave a redemption arc to Kane. I think that was a very good choice. But I actually like that they did the choices they did with Jax. Because I think that last ending, or the ending for the circus, it was more of like, how do I put that? Kind of like how relationships with people are. Like, Jax did some bad things, and it's because bad things were done to him. And it sort of like messed him up as a person, and so it made him do bad things to someone else. And it was just perpetuating that cycle. And he never really got help for it. And it kind of just shows what happens as you go down that path. And they're like, it shows you that there are consequences. Yeah, well, of course he has emotions. He just never wanted people to get close to him to see that he had emotions. And that's kind of the consequences of someone choosing, or like, that's the consequences of someone having that decision making. And oh, the extraction has emotions? Yeah. I think they did a really good job with it. I think that people wanting Jax to have a good ending was the emotion they were trying to get out of people. And they didn't give that to you because that's not everything has the happy ending for everyone. And you kind of just gotta make the best of the situation that you're given. I think that's kind of the decision, like, that's what they chose. Where is this down person? I think they did the ending very well. And if that's the emotion they were trying to get out of people, I think they did a really good job. Because I too wanted to have Jax get better and them save the other extractions, but that's like, that doesn't happen. Like, sometimes you can't help people. whether you want to or not. Yeah, I agree. It would be cool to see more with it, but also, I don't know if they could do it. I feel like that'd be hard to do. I think as it is right now, it's great. It would be cool to see more, though. But as it is right now, it's like a completed, like, story. And I think that's something we don't get a lot nowadays. Because a lot of shows and movies and everything just want to keep it going forever. Which is nice, but a lot of the times, keeping a show going forever can lead to less quality and less interesting, like, stories. So having a short story that just is very well done and is wrapped up is good. Because they could mess things up if they try to keep this going. And I think that it would be a bad thing. It's one of those situations where you'd rather watch it die a hero rather than live long enough to become a villain. Yeah, I guess they can. The bit at the end when Kane comes in was done so well. I liked all of that. Yeah, it's a possibility. Yeah, I like that he learned. Like, he very much grew. And the bit where he gave all of them closure was very good. So they can kind of all move on, knowing their real selves are actually doing good. And are happy. So they can move forward with whatever their current situation is. And make the best of that. and don't have to wonder what the real versions of them are doing. What do you mean? What are people saying? Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. And welcome in. I haven't really looked at any of the discourse online for the show. Ah, the show is bad. Ah, okay. Yeah, that really is. I think a lot of people were wanting the Disney ending, and that... I think by the episode before the last, it was very clear that there was not going to be a Disney ending. Ah, okay. I mean, he did do messed up things. I mean, that's fair. But it's kind of one of those things that, like, he was a bad person because his mom was a bad person to him. And that's a very real thing that happens to people in real life. Like, a perfect example is if you actually look into a lot of serial killers, a lot of them had really, like, that's not what Jax was. Jax more of just was mean to other people around him to push them away so they wouldn't get close. That's Jax's whole thing. But a lot of serial killers became what they were because of how they grew up and the like awful parents they had that they grew up with. It sort of made them what they were. Now, there are a lot of situations where serial killers had brothers and sisters that grew up in that same family and didn't become serial killers. So it's kind of like it's a bit of both nurture and nature. But the nurture was a big part of made them become monsters. And it's a pretty good example with Jax. Not to that extent, but it very much shows how hurting people can be, like, perpetuated. Yeah. Well, it's kind of just like who you are as a person and how you deal with that kind of situation. Everyone's gonna handle that differently. Especially if you grow up with it. It will shape you. And Jax, it kind of messed him up. Could Pomni have, if Pomni at the end would have not let Jax walk away and pry deeper, could she have maybe helped him? Maybe. But maybe he just would have gotten more aggressive towards her and pushed her even farther away. That's why I think the ending is so good. Because it brings up topics like that and people have to, like, think. And, like, it makes very good discussions. It doesn't have a message that it relies on trauma over actual character writing, but that's... It doesn't have bad character writing though, yeah. I think Jax is a really well-written character. I think people claiming that he's not just because he has trauma is a very bad argument. Because there are a lot of people that are just like Jax. It does a very good job of showing how someone becomes like that and the effect it has on people around them. And the effect it has on the person as well. I get that that's not your point you're trying to make, but the point that other people are. I don't know if he's the best. We could exit, actually. We'll say. I think all the characters are really well written. Everyone else is just there for Jack and Kane. I do think they're a big focus of the story. And then Pomni, of course, is supposed to be us in the show. She's very much a representation of us experiencing the circus. But she's also an important part. I think all the characters are important, and I do think the main focus, though, is Jax and Kane. Like, throughout the entire show, there is very, like, clearly something wrong with Jax. And we don't really know what it is until the last episode. Like, clearly something happened to Jax. Yeah, I think that's fine, though. I think they had a very interesting story to tell with Jax. Because, like, Pomni, for example, she was an interesting character, but she was very much the audience perspective, almost. It was definitely told, like, a lot from her perspective. But she almost didn't feel like she was the main focus. It felt like a lot of the time Kane was the main focus. Because the entire plot revolved around Kane and what he did. Because he essentially was the plot. Everything that happened, nothing could happen without him, almost. He was the driving force for almost everything in that universe. I did not notice this was an excavation. It's not going horribly. It's definitely going better than it used to. I will look at chat in just a moment. I do not want this mission to last any longer than it has to. But we have to be very focused. Okay, I can look. You need more Fortnite skins. Who all has Fortnite skins in there? Is it just Pomni and Jax? Who's my favorite character? That's a good question. I really like Jax. I think Jax is a very interesting character. I don't know if he's my favorite. He really shows how easy it is to go down that path, like down a bad path, mentally, and how hard it can be to recover someone from that. If somebody does start to go down a bad path of thinking and relationships and all of that, and how difficult it can be to pull someone out of that. I think he's a very good example. But I think my favorite character is probably Kain. Kain is always so interesting throughout the entirety of the show. Oh, just Palmy and Jax. They're the pickaxe. Bubble is great. I always liked Bubble, but I think Kain is my favorite character. Because he's always trying his best. Like, he genuinely wants everyone to be happy. But he couldn't even begin to understand what would make people happy for most of the show. I think everything about him and his interactions with people is very interesting. He's this weird AI that ate another AI, to my understanding, that wasn't supposed to be for anything. Let it get destroyed. Oh yeah, that's right. And he, you just get to see him try to make, he has like one directive, which is to like make everyone happy. And he very much struggles with that.
Another job well executed.
And the very end for him was so good. Yeah. I don't know, that place seems like kind of a hell of its own.
Don't get greedy.
Is it awesome? It is. It's also really nice to have a Nova. Okay, I think we have to do a little bit more of that. Okay, we have the Incarnate Adapter. We just have 2 more levels, that's actually not too bad. What? I have a lot of Steel Essence. Oh, no, wait. We have 3 more levels. Yeah, because we're not at 8. We're going... Yeah, we're at 7, and then we have 8, 9, 10. Okay. You got Nova again? What did I get? I got Temple, Mirage, Lavos. I got Trinity again? Oh god, I got worse options. Do I got any good guns? Oh no. I got the Grimoire? Lavos, do it. I don't got a build for Lavos. I'm just gonna die. Lavos has a very weird setup you have to do with him. I don't care. Okay, let me go look at him. Do I have any sort of setup for him? Maybe we can make something work. My least played Warframe. No, I gotta put in a real build for him. Okay, let's put on persistence. That's not persistence. That's not persistence. It's here somewhere. I know it is. Persistence, okay. We'll put on persistence. You're not putting a gun to my head, I'm doing it. I mean, Trinity would have been the right choice. But you know what? I'll humor Kirby. We're gonna get a lot of health. So let's actually add Bellicose, if I can find it. Bellicose. Get rid of that garbage. We're gonna do triple Umbra. We can't even do triple Umbra. Pain. Does he have a catalyst? Oh no, or a reactor? He does not have a reactor. Okay. We got triple Umbra. What does efficiency do? Oh wait, no. We need augment. I don't have Lavos augments. How do you spell L-A-V?
Do you see anything interesting?
L-A-V. Alright, they're not in there. What about in here?
Alright, what can we help you with?
L-A-V. Nope, not in there.
Will these help you?
L-A-V? Nope, okay. We have a problem. I want to do a persistence build. You're rich. I'm not rich. But I wanted to have his augment that adds that works like sight. Oh, you run persistence? Yeah, go and send that. The biggest thing is I need his augment, but I don't have it. Cuz none of my people have that. Would you like an invite? Yeah, I need this. This is what makes him so good. You have one? Okay. Do you need anything to my I can get you things to my people at any time you need them. I thought Blind Rage might be good for him. Okay, I'll invite you after we trade. I'll get you in here. You know, I think that might be a little bit over what its value is. Yeah, he doesn't use energy. I thought efficiency affected him in some way. I thought it gave him cooldown reduction if he had efficiency. Almost is way too valuable. And hello, how is your day going? Yeah, if you need anything from my people, just ask. I'm doing pretty good. Oh yeah, I forget. I have to add a thing. No, we'll put a sculpture in there for you. Let's see if I can find a. Oh, there we go. You get one sculpture. Nice. Alright, and then I'll invite everyone. Okay, this should make him reasonably good. I shouldn't have a problem with dying because of persistence. Actually, I don't know how I'm gonna heal. What day is it? It's Wednesday. I know that much. No, I think I was just squinting because I was thinking. Sometimes thinking is hard. But I try my best. Oh my god, it's maxed out. I was like, why does it look like that? It's payday? What do I mean it's payday? Oh, welcome in. Hello. I want this. Does this affect? I don't even think you can see it on any of these. Because it's not like a passive. No, it doesn't show it anywhere. Whatever. I have enough strength. We're fine. To you, yeah, that's not happening. A dancing emote? That's a good way to start, alright? You're not getting any money. I'm sorry. I need all my plat. I spend that plat very sparingly, unless I need Omniforma, and then I buy like 7 of them. Oh, thank you for the follow. Wait, did you type that in? No, that's straight up. It says it's just followed in YouTube, which is confusing for my brain because it's subscribing there. But thank you for subscribing on YouTube. and welcome in. Okay. Oh yeah, the circuit. We got one already. We got this guy, which I can't wait to try out and make a build for. I've heard this is very good, and I've heard this does very funny things with executions. Oh wait, who did we lose? Let me invite you back. Wait, let me see. Oh, Wisp skin, bye bye. Wait, I'm gonna go ahead and put this on, and then people can just accept when you're ready. Wait, why is that kicking Kirby out? Oh, okay, I'm dumb. You have to choose first, so it's kicking you out. I figured it out after I caused you to get kicked again. So, I went with... I don't think I can select this without it. Can I select it? Okay, I can. I went with this and this. I don't know if this weapon's very good. The other melee weapon can do fun melee dowdy things if you like that arcane. The puncture arcane. Vectis has exploding headshots, which is kind of cool. The Stug is just good. What I've heard, it's like really good, but I haven't tested any of them yet, so I don't know how. I'm pretty sure this is a very good weapon, the Ballistica. And you can look at what the upgrades do too. I think this is a solid pick, and then the rest is kind of up to you. This is supposed to be really OP with Parazon finishers. You basically, if you have this equipped and you do a Parazon finisher, you just delete everything in a 15-meter radius around that enemy. But that's only that I've seen them other people. I haven't tried it myself. Yeah, that melee weapon looks really cool. I really like a lot of the incarnate upgrades for it. It seems like it can do some pretty cool stuff. You went the Stug and the Gauntlets? Yeah, the Stug's not a bad choice. It's kind of like the Antstrom, where you don't have to land headshots to get its incarnate form, and it's very bouncy, like the Antstrom is, and it just does a ton of damage apparently. There seems to be no bad choice right now. The Vectis, though, that I've seen, seems to be one of the weaker ones, which is disappointing. Because explosive headshots Vectis would have been really cool if it actually did a lot of damage. But maybe the videos I've seen, they just didn't build it properly. I don't know. For the shotgun. Alright, come on, Lavos. Yep, my weird persistent, my half persistence build. Oh god. Okay, okay, that's right, we have Grimoire. Grimoire is actually pretty good here. I gotta remember which one's my actual build to do damage with the Grimoire. This has Innervate. Okay, that's a good one. I think this is my actual damage build. Yeah, Viral Electric. Yeah, this is a damage build. We'll use this one. Sure, that does something. Did you get a Grimoire as well? You did. Finally playing the goat. What do I want to add? I kind of just want to add Blast. And now what do? I cast an ability? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that works as it says. You weren't ready? Oh no. I thought everyone was ready. I thought people going in meant everyone was ready. That's my bad. I'm gonna be real, I don't know what any of his abilities do. But it's fine, okay. I need that fire rate decree really bad. This one will do. I lend you my crit damage? Wait, who are you playing? Oh, nice. I really can't wait for the prime of this book. This book is such a cool weapon. That's gonna be a big prime excess. When we get Dante Prime and Book Prime. There is one problem I have with Lavos. It's that if you put a helmet on him, you lose access to that element. That is like one really unfortunate thing with Lavos. It's like, Varuna loses access to that passive too. Oh, nice. You got that decree. That's a very good one. Especially if you don't have crit weapons. Or you're just playing a Warframe build. It actually is... It's actually like a non-issue if you're playing Rhino. Because he gives so much damage. Killing enemies refills ammo. Oh my god. I normally really like that one, but it doesn't really work too well in the book. Nice. Sure. I like that one shot. One shot from this book turns their entire health bar green. Okay, I actually do need to fix me. I also needed some water. I did. I drank some water. I hydrated for once. I like electricity more as a status effect than fire, but fire is just better for damage. I like that lightning actually chains between enemies. But unfortunately, lightning doesn't refresh, or electricity doesn't refresh the duration of every stack every time you apply it. Every individual stack has its own duration. Which is why it's worse than fire. I'm adding magnet on accident. I don't know how I did that. I am basically just playing Lavos like Scythe though, right now. Wait. Can Scythe put his ammo thing on something like the Grimoire because it has infinite ammo? Like, I don't think he can apply it to exalted weapons, but I don't know about this weapon. I feel like he can. But I don't actually know. I really need that fire rate decree. Have I built the thing you told me to? I don't remember. Maybe. What was it that you told me to build? Things from Hunhow. We'll have to look after this, because I don't know. I feel like I didn't. Oh, you get a WARFRAME? That's over. Okay, that's pretty cool. I need to make that. You just spoiled it. It's fine. I've seen many what do you call them, thumbnails with WARFRAME. I thought people were just being like, oh hey, this weapon's a prime now because it's so strong. But it makes sense that it actually has a prime now, okay. I should have given myself some ability to heal, I'm realizing now. I guess I have Vazarin. That's not exactly how I want to heal. But it is a way to heal. That it makes a lot more sense. Why I have seen videos with thumbnails of people showing WARFRAME and being confused why supposedly there's a WARFRAME. I just never clicked on any of them. And I thought it was just more clickbait stuff, because WARFRAME has a really bad problem with that kind of thing. A lot of games do on YouTube. WARFRAME's got it like real bad. I thought it was fake. I could have thought it was fake. But that's one of the things I'm fine with being spoiler. I would rather know it exists. Is it good? Because I actually don't know how normal war is nowadays. I haven't used war since it came out. That was a long time ago. Because war kind of had a problem when it came out. Is I believe around the time war came out, so did Galatine Prime. And Galatine Prime was just way better. Because back then, Slash was really good. Because it bypassed armor, which it still does. But enemies have a lot more HP nowadays. Ah, okay. It still would be cool, because I love the way that weapon looks. So I do really need to get that. I think I couldn't afford it from his store, if I remember right. I think that's what the problem was. Yeah, I definitely, I thought about how I was gonna heal. I was gonna fix that problem, and then I just never fixed it, and so now I do have a problem where I don't know how I'm gonna heal as we get higher in the levels. But that's a problem for later me. It's kind of like the bare minimum like requirement for stuff nowadays. Yeah, I mean, Limbo can do level cap, but he's like super clunky at doing it. I don't think you're gonna have a good time trying to do level cap with Limbo. You can do it, but just because of Overguard. The other reason I think people try to make one-shot builds and everything all the time is because a lot of the times most weapons are competing with some of the best weapons. But luckily in this game, you can make almost any weapon good. There's just a lot of cases where there are much better weapons than the one you're trying to make good. And there's the other issue is it takes a lot of investment to make good weapons, and so people don't want to waste their investment on a bad weapon. Or a bad Warframe. Because that is kind of a problem with Warframe. it is very hard to make builds for everything. So generally, if you're gonna put some investment in something, you want it to be at least to be effective, so you don't feel like you wasted all that time farming the stuff to put into a weapon. Which I think is fair. I am not sure how you died. I am definitely gonna die a lot eventually, because I have no way to heal. I could have gotten a way to heal. I'm still not quite sure how I would have done that. I probably would have put on that one that gives you health regen when you get shot. That would have helped out a lot. But aside from that, I'm actually not quite sure how I would fix this healing issue that Lavos has. Besides having a weapon that would heal me, like the Hema. Or the Furus with its augment. I'm sure there's others, but that's the only two I can think of right now. Life strike. That is an option, yes. I think there's actually a book mod that could heal me. That wouldn't have been a bad decision. If that is the case. I don't actually know if it's the case. It just feels like that might be a thing. I'm tired again, that's fair. It is pretty late for you. It's nice to get the incarnates out of the way, though. That guy is not okay. Oh, this would be really funny to do. Oh, do I do it? This is like so overpowered if you roar. Oh, we gotta try it. Wait, I'm dumb. Valence formation isn't affected by power strength? I just nerfed myself for nothing? Okay, at least we got some power back. I still one shot, so we're like chilling. But did not realize that's not affected by power strength. Well, now my Lavos actually might be pretty strong. Yeah, he like one-shots these enemies. Okay, last one for you, that's fair. I love watching an enemy's entire health bar turn green. That might get me killed, I just realized. I had to think about that for a minute. But I remember, I'm on a persistence build. Losing armor would be very bad. Why are there enemies? There's not supposed to be enemies yet. Oh no, it did this bug. We had to kill every enemy on the map. Even though there's not supposed to be enemies on the map. I can't believe this is still in the game. I mean, I can. But I can't. Also believe that they haven't fixed this yet. There's so many enemies. Wait, did we kill enough of them? I'm guessing we killed enough. Okay, you don't have to kill all of them. Just a certain amount of them. Okay, I think that's all the right enemies. I think you might just have to kill the marked enemies. Yeah, it looks like that's the case. We did it. You can exit, Kirby, if you need to go. You said that was gonna be your last one. Chance to refill ammo. Oh my god. Okay, that's a pretty good one. Come on, fire rate. I would really like fire rate. Your will to stay is something else. That's fair. I wish the valence bonus thing was both affected by power strain and had more duration. You already have max fire rate? Oh my god, I wish I had that. I want that decrease so bad. It's so good with the book. James Sad Boy. Oh. Why? Why did you redeem Sad Boy? Because I didn't get it, that's fair. I hate this game mode. I hate this game mode so much. I think I hate this game mode like an unreasonable amount. Boy, fun is fun. We'll have to agree to disagree on that one. Oh yay, refill ammo again. Thank you, game. I really need that. Okay, that one's not bad. Sure. We'll grab the max ammo capacity on my infinite ammo gun. Now I have even a bigger infinity ammo. There's a concept, okay. Me saying that reminded me of a thing I hate. There's a concept in math that you can have different size infinities. And I think that is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Because you can't have infinity is infinite. You can't have bigger ones. Well, it's because the infinite ammo, and I said I have double the infinity ammo, and it reminded me that that's actually like a concept in math, and I don't think it's right. I think mathematicians are wrong. I get that, like, infinity times 20 is a bigger infinity, but it's not. Checkmate, liberal. Because an infinity is like, it's like 0. Like 0 times 0, like 20 is still 0. But the opposite. It's an infinite number. I don't know. I hate it. I hate the whole concept. I think ideas like that just come from like people that are too deep in their own field. It's people that are too invested in math, and they're trying to just come up with more interesting and unique things. But in reality, they've gone too far over the spectrum. And they're going back into being dumb. Oh, you know, we gotta bring out the MS Paint. Hello, how is it going? We gotta bring out the MS Paint so I can show the diagram. We'll do that after this. We'll do that soon. I want to bring it out right now. I'm doing pretty good. Having fun on Warframe. Where's my MS Paint? Oh, there it is. Okay. So, there's an idea in fitness. Let's see, how do I draw? Okay. I'm gonna exit, because we gotta explain this. What is happening? How did Warframe get on my MS Paint?
Mission complete.
That's not how that's supposed to work. Okay. Oh wait, okay. So you have one of these, right? I'm not good at drawing on with a mouse. So this is unhealthy. And this is, how do you spell healthy? H? This is healthy, right? On the spectrum. So you want to be over here, right? With fitness. And you don't want to be over here. But you can go, so the idea is to always go this way, right? To get to healthy. But you can do it wrong. And like, there's some people that get too far into fitness where they never have cheat meals. Everything they do is about getting healthier and healthier. They start taking like steroids. Everything is about becoming healthy. And you go past the peak of health, and then you go straight back to unhealthy. So you can break this chart by going too far into this side here. You can go back to the bad side. And that's what I think some people do, like those mathematicians, when they come up with the... Don't save that. They come up with their bigger infinities. They've gone too far on the chart. They've gone to the... Like, let's say you know nothing about math is on the left, and you're like a genius in math. You went back to knowing nothing. That's how I see it. Taking steroids is healthy. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is 100%. It's like common for like teenagers to be on steroids now, like Tren and stuff. What happened to her? Oh, she did the healthy thing where she became unhealthy again. It happens to a lot of people. What are you gonna do? Yeah, there's like a lot of teenagers that are on steroids and stuff nowadays because of the whole like looks maxing stuff. There's actually kids buying steroids on Discord from other kids. It is wild. It's real bad. Wait, I don't have to switch him. We're doing more circuit. just want to go from 180 to 150 as a 5'6" dude. That's fair. See, I did that. I'm going to run around the entire 10 seconds. Fair. I went from 200 when I was really getting into CrossFit. I went from 200 and like 10 to 170, and then I started training strength, and I almost immediately went back up to 200. Oh yeah, that's another problem a lot of people have in like a lot of higher end sports where you're like actually competing at like professional levels. And there's a sacrifice you have to know you're taking by competing in sports, and you're gonna wear your joints out really fast. It's a very unfortunate side effect in almost every sport. All of them are different. It's okay. Have a good night, Kirby. It's different for every sport, but you wear whatever joints you're using the most, you will wear them out much faster. Even though most sports you are technically being healthier. What was my body fat? I was probably at 200 pounds around the time I stopped working out. I was probably around under 20%, maybe around 15%, in between 15 and 20% body fat, which is still in the higher end for like really fit guys, but for me it was pretty good. I could squat 300 pounds. I don't know what my actual max was, but I could squat 300 to the bottom of my squat. I never did squats like too parallel. I always did them to the bottom. So I don't actually know what my max squat was, but I could do all the way to the bottom 300 pounds. I'm on the opposite of like, what is that? See, I knew a lot of people that actually competed, and like the body fat they were shooting for was like, as a guy, was like 8 to like 5%. Because that's at the point where you actually your abs actually start to show when you start to get to that low. But even at like 15 to 20, I didn't have visible abs. My abs were very strong because I did circus and stuff like that. And like acrobatic things. But you couldn't see them. Yeah, it's very hard to sustain that. You can with proper dieting, but it takes very, very disciplined diet to keep that body weight. Yeah, you do. It's you're almost eating the amount of calories you're using every day. It's almost, you eat a little bit more. So it's very hard to maintain that. That's why I didn't. Yeah, that's because you have like a ridiculous metabolism. It's not fair. You're cheating. This man would be at 10% body fat, and he at one point he had a tub of sugar, and would eat out of the tub of sugar. It's not fair. Yeah, it's definitely healthier to be at that weight. But if you're competing, you do need to be at lower percentages. Just because it's every little bit of extra fat you have will make your workouts harder. I go alone and don't have. I don't lift weight. Yeah, that's fair. What I would do in your situation, yeah, he was very, very small for that size. That was crazy. 135. I haven't seen 135 since I left high school. I think I left high school at more body weight than that. What I would do is if I were you, if you wanted to like, I would recommend getting coaching just to know how to lift, so you could lift heavy weights and like cause like if you know what you're doing deadlifts is very safe. Deadlifts, back squats, all of that is very safe. And it wouldn't... Ooh, we got Dante. We're just gonna grab that. I don't even need a weapon. I'm Dante now. Because once you have a good idea on how to do it, it is very safe. And I highly recommend it because lifting weights can help a lot. And oh, Nami solo, and just lifting weights in general will make your all-around like health a lot better. Cause like an example, just don't want to go through the hassle of finding an actually good coach and set up a time and date. Oh, that's fair. If you have the money, I don't know how your financial situation is, but doing CrossFit for a couple months, most CrossFits you go to, because I've been to quite a few of them, they'll teach you proper form. Especially if you're very coachable. They'll make sure you're doing, because they always make sure you're like lifting a lot less than you should be. And you over that time you will learn how to properly lift. But almost every CrossFit I've been to, it's like $150 a month. They're not cheap because they do a lot of the work for you. They always have coaches there. They do all the lesson planning. You just come in and just do the workouts. That's one of the great things about CrossFit. And it usually is very safe. I've never been to one where it's not safe. They got a bad reputation a long time ago, but that's not the case anymore. Because once you learn proper form, you're pretty set to be able to do stuff on your own. The only thing you're not really safe with is like bench pressing, but you can like set up the bar to where or set up like safeties so where it's never actually on your chest. It's always just the like baseline level is just above your chest, and so you don't even need a spotter to bench press. So you can't get as much depth that way, but I never really lifted with spotters for that. And I've just always just used a bar just because I don't want to drop a weight on me. You can also, for like if you're scared of back squatting, most people in CrossFit, most coaches can teach you how to bail on a back squat. Because there is a very safe way to like let the weight drop off your back. I would highly recommend being taught how to do that. Because I've never had a spotter when my back squat. Because I know how to safely like get the weight off my shoulders. And honestly, I would rather do that than have a spotter. For me personally. And then deadlifts are just safe. Because if something, as long as you're not messing up your form, it is one of the safest lifts. Because if something goes wrong with the deadlift, you just let go of the bar. And everything's fine. But that is the one where if you don't have proper form, you can mess up your back. It's also my favorite lift. I love deadlifts. I like deadlifts and squats. Yeah, my deadlift was almost 400 pounds, my back squat was 300 pounds. But my bench press was 200. And I could barely do 200. It was like a struggle. I've always been more my legs have always been way stronger than my upper body. I forget how long circuit takes. Well, it's not that it's like weaker. It's like by comparison it's weaker. Cause if we go by like the ratios, the deadlift should have been closer to 250 pounds. With those kind of numbers. Because my squat probably was at least 30 or so pounds heavier than what I was doing. Because I went all the way to the bottom of the squat. I probably could have gotten like 330 to even all the way up to 350 if I just went to parallel. It's a big difference going all the way down like that. My back squat or my deadlift, or what was it? My bench press was actually so bad, I could actually get more weight above my head than I could bench press. I could actually take a bar from my shoulders to above my head that was like 220 or 230. But I couldn't even get close to bench pressing that. I couldn't shoulder press it. I would have to like kip or jerk the weight, but I could get like 230 above my head. That's why my bench press seemed very weak, by comparison to the other stuff. But I almost never trained it either, was part of the problem. I also just really like free weights. I was never as big of a fan of machines. They are good. Machines are good. But I definitely, once I did CrossFit, I definitely liked free weights a lot more, like bars and dumbbells and all that. But they are more dangerous. And there are problems with CrossFit. I think CrossFit's very good, but I think there's also a lot of problems with it. Yeah, that is safe, and they are good. But you do miss out on a lot of the stabilizing muscles, because there's a lot of little muscles on your body that are like they're called like stabilizing muscles, and you don't work a lot of those with machines. But CrossFit also has an issue. One of the biggest issues I think CrossFit has is they have like weights that they think you should do with a workout. Like let's say in this workout you have to do 10 deadlifts at 220. It's a cult. It's not a cult. And let's say they want you to do 10 deadlifts at 225 for like 5 rounds. That's or 225 would probably be the actual number. That's pretty heavy for a lot of people, especially getting into it. So what they'll do is, if you're like newer, they'll put like maybe 115 on the bar, or maybe 135, depending on like where you are. And like that's good. Like that's a good way to help. Like it's a good way for you to still participate in the workout and still get a good workout, even though you're not doing the RX weight. But the issue is almost no CrossFits I've ever been to ever do any actual strength training. So if you're somebody that's new to CrossFit, or new to like lifting in general, you'll always be reducing the weight, and yeah, you will build strength. But they never do any actual workouts. It's always CrossFit workouts at a CrossFit. They never do like strength building workouts at the CrossFit. So you never really build the strength to be able to get to that point where you can lift those heavier weights. Like you will eventually if you do it for like several years. But I think a lot of CrossFits need to have like 2 or 3 days, at least 2 days a week where you do strength training. But just none of them do it. Because they always, like, if you can't lift the RX weight, they always have you go down in weight, because it's safe. Even if you can lift the weight, if you can't lift it for 10, like, if you can lift 225, but you can't do it for a set of 10, you have to lower it, or else you could injure yourself. But they just don't do a good job of building up that strength. You really have to do your own strength training, either at the CrossFit gym you go to, or just on your own. You're never really gonna build up to like some of the crazier RX weights they have. And then there's some CrossFits that just, they'll make their RX weights really low. And so you never, it's always just like, all the workouts are basically just cardio. Which I think is not good either. Because one of the ones I went to did that. Where basically all of the workouts were really low weights. Like, you would almost never see a deadlift over 200 pounds for guys. And then another one I went to, they would have the RX weights really high, because they had a lot of really strong people in the gym, but they never did any strength training stuff. So you can never get to that point. But you will learn good form in CrossFit gyms now. And that's like the really important thing. Once you like know good form, then you can like do strength stuff yourself. Because it does take time to learn good form. Because you need to know like what muscles to like you call it, to tighten up when you're doing lifts and everything, and until you start like getting experience with it and like building up those muscles, it's hard to feel if you're tightening up the right muscles. But eventually you will start to be able to like choose which muscles you're tightening up, and you can actually feel the difference when you have them tight and when you don't when you're doing a lift. Oh, I just yeeted that one to space. But no matter what workouts you do, you're always just better off that you are working out. Like, an example though is, like, I sit in a chair a lot of the day. Like, most of my day is sitting in a chair. I never have back problems. My back is never hurting because it's like, it's still, even though I haven't worked out in a while, my back is still really strong than what I used to do. And so I never really have back problems sitting in a chair. But man, I worked at a restaurant a long time ago, and there were a lot of teenagers that would work there as like they're like in high school, and they're also working at this at the restaurant. And there were so many teenagers that had back problems because they were just out of shape. Like, just standing around, they would have back problems sitting in chairs, just because they just didn't have the muscle to support their own body. It would tire out their body. So that's one real big benefit you get them working out, is you'll have less of those problems. You'll have less problems as you get older. As you get older, like, a lot of people, they start to have trouble walking upstairs or getting up off the floor. You can postpone that a lot longer if you work out and take care of yourself. Like, it eventually happened to everyone, but you can do your best to prevent it as long as you can. Also, working out builds more bone density, which can help with certain bone diseases you can get as you get older. Steroids actually, that's actually one of the benefits from steroids. I do not ever recommend using them. There are many, many more downsides than there are upsides. But there's actually a permanent benefit you do get from using steroids. Is it actually strengthens your bones significantly for the rest of your life. You get like way more bone density. And it actually will help with many, many bone problems you could get as you get older. You still shouldn't use them, because there are way more downsides than upsides, but that is an actual benefit you can get from using them. But you also get that from working out. I'm constantly putting strain on your bones, lifting weights and everything. Can I just like kind of chill here? No, he takes out massive chunks of my overgrowth. We're almost done. We can see the finish line. I like having... Oh, yeah. I mean, it still works down there. It's just, if you ever get off them, you're gonna have a lot of problems. I think for me, personally, that's like the most terrifying thing. Is if you ever start taking them, you can never get off them. Because your body now relies on you getting testosterone from steroids. That's like one of the more terrifying things, in my opinion. Like, you'll never produce as much testosterone ever again if you start to get on them for any extended period of time. I tried to throw it. at the excavation thing. And it's like real bad not producing enough testosterone. Because that's like a really important thing, especially as a guy. You'll have so many side effects from that alone, not getting enough testosterone. Not including the actual just straight up side effects that steroids have themselves. Like, especially as you get older, there's actually a lot of people that start to get on, like, small amounts of testosterone as they get older, like 50s, 60s. And it can actually be, you can get a lot of benefits from it. Because the downsides of taking tests are almost overcompensated by the extra testosterone you're getting. You're almost actually healthier because of it. Because having low testosterone has a lot of side effects. Not 200-pound kegs with one hand. I mean, that is impressive. That's quite the grip strength. I mean, can you actually hold them with one hand? Like, hold the keg up? Because even at my, like, peak whenever I stopped working out, I started to do farmer carry with actual significant weight. And I think I did like 185 in each hand. And I would do a farmer's carry. And it felt like I was about to tear my hands. Yep, okay. Nice. You probably actually have better grip strength than I used to. Because it actually, carrying 185 felt like I was about to tear them. Like, one day when I first tried it, I thought I had actually injured my hands. Oh, talking about turbo carrying kegs around that weigh 200 pounds with one hand. My fingers, yeah, that's impressive. That's a lot of weight. That is actually like crazy strong grip strength. That's what I was working towards the end of my working out. Was having grip strength better than that, let's say. I was getting close. Because for the stuff I was doing, because I used to do silks, and sometimes whenever you were doing silks, you would have to hold your entire body weight on one arm. And because I did CrossFit, my body weight, I might go down here, but it's fine, was 200 pounds. So that was a lot to hold, and like, basically a rope. I was almost there though. I don't recommend trying to do something like an upper body strength thing like silks or anything like that when you're primarily a lower body focused person. It was hard. It was hard to get into that. I don't know if whenever I do start working at it again, I don't know if I'm gonna get back into CrossFit. I want half a door. Yeah, you know what you should do, Turbo? You should get into bouldering or climbing of some kind. You're like a built for climbing. You're tall and lanky, and you have really good grip strength. You know that's like an actual thing climbers train, right? They have like a wall. It's like it's almost like a door frame, and then they have different things you can grip from like 1 inch all the way down to like 1/10 of an inch, and you have to hold grip onto that and try to do a pull-up. That's like an actual climbers training thing. You wish you could work. Oh yeah, because your shoulder issue. Yeah, that really sucks. You should actually look if there's any like bouldering places near you. You actually might be really good at climbing. Tricep and pull-ups are your favorite? I wish I liked pull-ups more. I've always had an issue with my right shoulder, so pull-ups are always a little bit of a struggle. I could do them on rings, but the like where I have my arms out to the sides, or if I have them in front of me, and you're almost like curling yourself up, I was fine with those. But if I have them out to my side, those hurt. Or not hurt, but they never felt super comfortable. I could do the pull-ups where it's like you're basically curling yourself up. But the ones where you have to use your lats and shoulders more, those ones were a much more struggle for me. Yeah, but if I got into working out again, or when I do, I don't think I'm gonna do CrossFit again. I think I would do my own workouts because I want to build strength. I would like to get into silks or some sort of acrobatic thing again because I really like that, but I would have to build the strength back up. But now I know what I would need to do to get to that point again. And that's a big part of it, is actually knowing what to do. They were fun, but I can only go so far with them because I'm afraid of heights. So I was getting decent at them, maybe in between beginner and intermediate, but I couldn't do anything that required you to get too high because, one, I was afraid of heights, and two, because I weighed 200 pounds at the time, and that is way on the higher end for guys doing that kind of stuff. That's my issue with rock climbing. Oh, yeah. So you'd have the same issue I did. A lot of bouldering gyms are pretty low to the ground though, and have a lot of safety equipment. But so I could only do stuff that were low to the ground. But if you know anything about silks, most of the things you do in there are not safe if you're close to the ground. It actually becomes dramatically less safe the closer you are to the ground. So I couldn't do anything too crazy as far as like spinning and flips and stuff. But anything that required a lot of strength I could do. Oh yeah, but the two issues I had was the height thing and not being strong, my grip strength, not being confident enough with one arm, being able to hold my entire body. I could do it for a bit, but not long enough. I was working on that. It was getting there. And also, something that's surprising about silks is it's actually crazy how easy it is to grip them. I thought that they were going to be hard to grip, but I actually had more confidence with gripping them than using a rope, like you would use for climbing like ropes in like high school and stuff. Because we had some of that in CrossFit. But it's easier to grip them than it is a rope. I will say though, the calluses on my hands did not help. Anywhere there were calluses, I had less grip. But that was all very fun. Acro yoga is another fun thing. They're for gripping like bars. I had calluses that they basically, you build them up because you like build wear and tear on your skin, and you actually have to get rid of them a lot of the time. Like there'd be a lot of times where I had to get rid of a bunch of my calluses because they get so like thick and dense, because they're basically there to prevent damage to your hands. The skin just gets really thick, but when it gets thick enough, it becomes a problem, because if you're doing pull-ups or anything that require a lot of like motion, they'll just straight up tear. And it's very painful. And it doesn't feel good. They don't really bleed. It's like that white, like almost see-through liquid that is underneath your your skin. I don't know what that is. But it's not blood. But it's extremely painful when they rip, and it's only a matter of time if you don't trim them down. Yeah, I've had many calluses while I'm doing pull-ups tear. And sometimes I'm like, I guess I'll just stop doing pull-ups. But sometimes I just keep doing them. You just want to finish the workout. I would not recommend that. Because last time I did that, more of them tore. And my hands became almost non-functional because of it. Because it's just so much dead, like, not dead skin, but it's so much calloused skin that it just eventually will tear. I think I actually have pictures from one time where I definitely should have stopped doing pull-ups, but I kept doing them. I'll have to look through my phone. You wanna see this? It's bad. Yeah, the void hands. You know what's funny though? It's not the pain of when they tear. That's more of inconvenient. The worst thing is the shower when you get home. That trying to shower where you have like they're not really open wounds because they tear down to like another layer of skin. There's always skin underneath them. But that skin is very, very sensitive. And oh boy, trying to take a shower afterward is so awful. It is so bad. I was trying to buy a decree. I gotta be quick. That'll do.
The performance will commence presently.
But calluses do help with like lifting stuff up. They make it way more comfortable to hold weights, but there's that issue, like I said, of they build up, and they're very dry. Oftentimes, getting back to the silks, they're very dry, and dry skin does not do great at gripping silks. That's why it's hard to grip silks with calluses. It's a lot easier when your skin is a little bit more, not really oily, but more, it has some life to it, would be the best way to describe it. My nice soft hands, the kegs are destroying them. They will. Especially with that much weight, you'll make calluses so easily. We had some kegs at the restaurant I worked at a long time ago. I could lift them up with no problem, but I don't think those were 200-pound kegs. I think they were 150-pound kegs. I could easily get one of those above my head. I could borderline shoulder press that thing above my head at 150 pounds. A 200-pound one, I don't think I could have gotten that above my head. I think it would have been too wieldy. Maybe if I practiced it, I could get one that size above my head. Because I could definitely get that much weight. I could get like a 130-pound bar above my head. But a keg and the bar are not the same thing. A keg is definitely way harder and much more unwieldy. You know, I think it's strongman. They actually throw kegs like that over their heads. I think that's like actually one of the like competition things. Like those guys will just straight up grab it and then just like lean back and hurl the thing over their heads, like over a bar that's above them. I don't actually know what keg tosses get up to weight-wise, but I think they can throw a 200-pound keg. Which that's insane. Just to be able to just toss that thing over your head. Like what we could do with like maybe like a 30-pound like kettlebell. I love watching the strongman competitions. There's not a lot of sports I watch. That's one of them I find very interesting. Hopefully I have enough. Yes, I did in fact have enough. Oh my god, we're done. It's over.
Mission
God, that takes so
complete.
long to
Excellent
do.
work,
Hey, my book leveled up. I didn't know my book. Oh, no, that's like a bug, I'm pretty sure. Getting Dante was nice. My forma's ready. It only took 4 hours. You know, I used to do this on weeklies. At the end of, after doing all the weeklies, which back then we didn't have temporal Archimedia, so I didn't have to do that. But I would get both the incarnate weapons every week. It was bad. It was not fun. I'm glad that's over. Well, I guess we'll have to do that one more time, but I won't be doing that on weeklies. And like nine weeks from now, we'll have to do this again. I'm good on clamps. I'm gonna go to the Zarmon, as I want to put that adapter on my weapon. Where is my weapon? We might do some Deviri today. Yeah, I farmed a lot of the Orexia quest. I think I still have like 100 Pathos clamps. I don't think I need to equip the weapon, if I remember right.
Now, students.
Let's make this place work. Buy stuff. Rubber.
Alright, let's see.
Take a closer look if you need to.
That's the wrong button.
Whatever. Here's where it gets interesting.
Okay, it's you. Oh, I just have enough. Okay, cool. Weak point hits, charge incarnate form. Okay. What does this do? Increase base damage by 30 on headshot. Fire rate, increase base damage on punch through. I kind of like the bottom one. What about this one? Reload speed, projectile, accuracy, coil. Increase base status chance per projectile. Increase base status chance for a carnivore. So it's the same as the strum. Increase base crit chance, base status chance per projectile. That was kind of meh. Increase base crit chance by 12%. Increase base crit damage by 0.1. That's actually a lot. It would go to 4.2.
Feeling creative?
Okay.
Stay sharp.
I'm gonna do a real quick solo mission, because I'm pretty sure that's what the first thing is gonna be. Do I have any warframes that need to be leveled up? And actually, let's just play Rhino. Let's make sure we don't have Unducky. Okay, we don't have Unducky. Oh my god, I forgot how big this weapon is. Okay, I need to complete one solo mission real fast. Oh, I should have checked the other weapon, you're right. Let me do the solo mission, I'll go back and do that. I'm dumb. I'm sorry. I'm gonna put a D polarity on here. I don't know if that's the right call. Oh, wait a minute. We could actually do an innervate situation here. Well, actually, what's its crit chance? 57%? That's actually pretty high. Oh, never mind, it's 20%. Okay, we're gonna do innervate. I don't know if this is gonna be the right build. This is just what I got for right now. I can put more? What damage types does it have? What else would I even want? Some lethal torrent? We'll do that for now. I feel like this should be able to handle stuff. Okay, I thought that was the capture. It had another thing on top of it. I'm dumb. Wait, does it count if no one joins me? Alright, someone joined me. We're gonna abandon. I wish I thought more things through. I carried the guy with me too. I'm sorry, random guy. That's my bad. I forgot the important bit of solo. I do really like the way this weapon looks, though. It is a cool looking weapon. Does not have a lot of ammo. Hey, get out of my way, Ghost. Oh, everyone becomes a ghost. Is that how the weapon normally works? I thought it was like a chance. Does incarnate form always make a ghost? I feel like it might.
Success. The captive is
How did that
safely
guy
in
die?
hands. Congratulations, Tenno.
Yeah, they're all ghosts. It kind of does too much damage. It is kind of hard to build up the incarnate ammo. It could also be that I'm Rhino. That could be the other problem. It is kind of just a pipe cleaner for hallways, though. It's hard to tell if I kill all the enemies, because there's a bunch of ghosts left over. Okay, I'm gonna go look at the other incarnate weapon, and I'll invite you back. Some people are calling this the Praetos killer, but I highly doubt it's gonna do that. Because Praetos is easier to access than this weapon. And it has better stats at baseline.
I am so glad you're here.
Come on. Plenty need seeing to. Only place to find these. Let's hear your requirements. Here's where it gets
Okay.
interesting.
Where is it? Here it is. So, the reason people call this a Praetos killer is it gives you 20% sprint speed and parkour velocity, but Praetos gives you 30% all the time. But it does have this evolution down here. Finisher kills give parkour velocity stacks up to 16 times. So yes, it gives you more parkour velocity by the end, but most missions aren't going to last long enough for you to stack that up. And Praetos is easier to access. That's why I think Praetos is still going to be the go-to weapon for that. But let's look at the evolutions. So 10 base damage, 20% chance to stun enemies hit by a neutral combo, opening them up to finishers. That's kind of nice. Increase base damage by 10 with armor over 450, 80% finisher damage. That's like not great. Oh yeah, unfarted. Yeah, we see. Look at the first one. Range, combo, time, paused when weapon is holstered. I always liked the idea of that one, but I've never actually used it. That is a cool bonus, though. Increased crit chance, increased base status chance, increased base status chance, increased base crit damage multiplier by 0.6, Vex double in incarnate form. That's not bad. Can I make it? I can just put it on. Let's just do that. I probably just should have done that before I went and did a solo mission. But we'll do that one
Feeling
another
creative?
day.
Stay sharp.
Okay, let me invite you back. Ah, did you get off for today? Does the weapon have any skins? Oh, it has skins that are unique to it. Interesting. Oh my god. That's quite the weapon right there. What am I planning to do? What do I need to do for this? Oh, I already did it. Okay. Actually, we kind of have to do the fire rate. I hopped over for... Okay. I think I might run a few of these missions if you wanted to join. Nope, not these. Is it here? Yeah, I was thinking about running maybe one of each of these before I get off. So I don't know if you wanted to join for that. Let's get a little bit more progress towards getting the new Warframe. Okay. And I'm gonna level the weapon while doing this. Okay. I was checking something real fast. For what? Oh, the Ballistica? Okay. I didn't really look at its stats. Yeah, it is kind of low. But it does have that incarnate mode thing that would give it a lot of status chance. So maybe it would be okay. The one that the Strum has. We'll have to unlock all the incarnate form to figure that one out. It does seem to hit pretty hard though. I mean, then again, I did have on Roar, so it's not the best test. And I had on Nourish. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that.
A mission. Humiliation.
Oh, I should have taken like Protea.
Find Vina and cut her down to size.
I do like these missions a lot more than
This
The-
asteroid field is the beating heart of Vina's operation.
I can't remember her name. The Foley missions.
It's Vina's time.
This is a lot more enjoyable than Foley.
Smash the biggest
I will say.
asteroid and take its ore for our ship. Move into position. Collect the asteroid spoils. Come shadows. Come death.
I also wish I got my ship. I understand why they didn't let you get your own ship,
Remaining fighters.
but that doesn't take away the fact that I wish I got to use my ship. Because my ship is just better than this one. But I don't think that's the case for most people. And so they probably wanted more people to be able to experience this content.
Forward.
Which is fair. Okay, I'll take 200,000 iron skin. That's pretty good. I should probably get on that gun.
Turrets. Is this your idea of a trap, Vina? Take them out!
Those rocks have collision. I'm gonna be real, I don't know what any of the weapons even do in this thing. I just kind of press the buttons and hope they're doing stuff. I mean, they don't seem like they're doing a lot. I kind of forget that there's a black hole in this one. I do like black hole as an ability, but it synergizes with another ability very well, which we don't have. Oh, I also, you know what I want to do at some point on Warframe? I want to do all the Railjack missions on Steel Path at some point. Just to get them done. if I'm gonna lose my iron skin, because I have 200k. Oh nice, I got to keep it. Never mind, it's gone.
A weapon of rare power is hidden within the ice here. It will be ours. Open those doors.
Man, the incarnate form for this weapon feels really good. It seems to headshot all the time too.
It calls on us to eliminate all resistance.
I don't know if Innervate's the right call. A-class striker.
Good. Now
How does
open
it
the
look?
door.
Looks pretty decent.
Dispatch this roadblock.
Okay, so if they can survive a shot from this thing, it builds up its incarnate form in one shot. That's pretty cool. But the issue is, can you find people that can survive it even on Steel Path? This cutscene looks great from this angle. Looks significantly worse from this angle. I feel like they should have animated the worm a little better. Or just fixed your camera so you didn't see this. Actually, how many shots did you get? You get 18 shots? That's not too bad.
I have awaited this.
By the time I'm done with you, you're gonna look like a normal person reflected in a puddle. I think you should take some me time and drop dead.
Azmi, find a way in and take her out.
Here I am. Come get me. I will eat your heart. If it were worth it.
Why is the guy so mad? If you really want to get the new cosmetic from here, you really shouldn't do it in public lobbies or expect public lobbies to wait for you. That guy's just going in with the wrong expectation.
Next time, choose me.
Why are you making sense? I'm sorry. No, it's our fault. We didn't adhere to the one guy, adhere to the one guy. We should all feel bad. Wait, did it level up? Wait, can I cancel? I can. Okay. Wait 1 second. I forgot I had to pick an evolution. Let's just go with reload speed. What do I have to do for this? Kill 30 enemies without reloading. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. We'll do that another day. Maybe we'll get it. We'll try. We'll try to get it done. But I don't think Steel Path Arcwing or Steel Path Reljack is gonna be a good place to do that. You believe? Okay. I think you kind of have to do it in incarnate form. I don't think the normal fire is gonna work.
What Orion wants, he gets. And Orion wants me to practice. If Ryoko winds up skewered on my blades, it's an accident. Simply tragic. These security nodes act
Well, that
as
was quick.
Ryoko's eyes. Claw them out. Intruders! Oh. Wait, is that a sister of Barbar's? Not on my
Hey!
ship.
She made me drop my gun. That's not my
There
gun.
you are.
Oh, no, that was my gun.
Cheeky sweetie.
Is that all? I was just getting started.
I do need to get WARFRAME. That's pretty cool that that's a thing.
Supply transports. Destroy their cargo and send them running. First cargo destroyed. Pilot panic would be setting in soon. They're running. Give chase.
Why is her ship so much tankier than his? It's like dramatic. It's like the difference between like a maxed out railjack and a not leveled up at all railjack. Levels of difference.
Our turn to do some preaching, shall we? Deno, on me. Deno, be kind and put these worthless mugs out of their misery before I do.
Okay, now we have to focus. Okay, that was 5 with 1 shot. We just need to get kills like that again.
Tell those blood bags to shut up! I'm trying to concentrate. Keep fighting. I've just found something very interesting. It's our house now. Unlock every door they have.
Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna get this.
Oryoku, what was yours is now ours. Here comes the head of the ship. Decapitate him. A good captain always goes down with his ship. What a good captain he was.
We still have 12 shots.
You, grab me as many cryo canisters as you can find. Meanwhile, I got a little project of my own.
We need like 6 more kills. Oh nice, we did it.
Blood-infused ice.
That was actually very easy.
To penetrate the hull of Scoria's angel. Quick, get in that ram sled.
This thing does just feel like a straight up better Lex Prime. It definitely charges faster than Lex. If you can actually like land, or like they can survive the headshots more.
I've had better nights.
And then the incarnate form, I'm pretty sure hits a lot harder.
Ta-da! It's me! Gates held shut with mag coils. Find them and scrap them.
I tried to shoot someone's dog. I'm sorry.
I thought you'd
Dog.
never come.
What is happening? Rude.
Welcome, witch. How should we do it this time? I am the answer.
Let's make it.
Oh, that poor man.
easy.
I kind of like the weapon so far. Have you tried out either of yours yet?
Eno, you fight well. Ina is unworthy of such noble fury.
If I was unworthy, you wouldn't be here, Ryoko. Just admit it. You need me.
Your death is already written on the ink.
I feel like someone has the stug.
You will not get a
There's like some really bouncy projectiles.
destroyer dies first. Remember this.
Oh, he's Ash ulting us. Ow, my overguard.
I have killed better foes in worse conditions. You fought well.
You did fight with honor, didn't you? Heal up, big boy.
Alright, nice. We got 2 more missions done, and I got my incarnate form fully unlocked. Oh, is that a Stynex Prime? I want to move something around in this thing real fast, and then we'll look at the incarnate form. It was? Okay, yeah, that looks really good. Okay, so the crit chance, or the status chance is 27%, and 54%. If I put this on, it goes up to 59 and 183%. What would my crit go up to? The crit goes up to a 7, a 6-9. Nice. I think the status chance is just better. It's so much. And I don't even have a status mod on. If I put a status on, look how much this goes up. It goes up to 240%. That's actually pretty good. We'll definitely be leveling this up. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of status chance. The crit would be nice though, because this would go up to 8, but how much fire rate are you rocking? The only fire rate I have Torment and this, which just stacks up to 10 times, so another 75%. So quite a bit of fire rate. I don't know if Innervate's right. I think it might be, though. I'm curious to try this thing out. It seems pretty good. From the limited testing I've done with it. You're thinking flare? I think flare is not a bad option. I think you probably can't go wrong with flare. Because you could get rid of Hornet Strike. And then just put in a crit chance mod over it. But I really like Innervate. I just don't know how good Innervate synergizes with this weapon. It has a lot of fire rate, but the Incarnate form doesn't fire very fast. And doesn't have a lot of ammo. So Innervate might not be the best call. I think it's a solid weapon, though. I've always wanted that weapon to be good, because I like the way it looks. It's a very cool looking weapon. It requires some more testing to see how it actually is. I gotta get an actual build. I didn't prep for this, so I have no builds for any of these incarnate weapons. Except for the Vectus, because that weapon was already good. It is a nice looking weapon, though. Yeah, I think that is going to be it for today. So thank you everyone who's come by and hung out. I appreciate it. What's tomorrow? Thursday? I won't be streaming tomorrow, but we'll be doing some more Deadlock Friday. And then Sunday, we'll have to see if I'm able to stream Sunday. It'll probably be Deadlock, and then I might put out a message on Discord on the announcements, or in Warframe, that we'll be farming Stynex on Wednesday, just so people know. Yeah. More Deadlock. More playing Shiv. That's who I plan on playing Friday. But yeah, I hope everybody has a good rest of their day, and I will talk to everyone later.